Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Whether you're an entrepreneur, innovator, or trailblazer, Tap In Magazine is where your voice gets amplified and your brand goes global. We've featured over 100 powerful leaders, and we're just getting started. Get seen in national publications, reach thousands of readers, and join a legacy of impact makers. This isn't just a magazine, it's a movement. With 700 plus online distribution channels, we give your story the visibility it deserves. Ready to turn the page on your next chapter? Tap In Magazine, where visibility meets legacy. Tap in now at tapinmagazine.com.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.fivestarbdm.com today to learn more.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a superconnector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be.
Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The
Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
All who seek a space to express them.
Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced.
Designed to help
people.
It
is a digital twin of
like
the world around you.
That's right.
Only
like
better.
Me. To take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Black Business Expo, where we have thought leaders from all over the world, Singapore, North Carolina, Texas, all over the world, where we are showcasing Black businesses. I am Bridget Perkins, and I am your speaker for the first part of this afternoon. I am a native of Louisiana, but I have been living in the Houston, Texas area for over 20 plus years now. I have an accounting degree, and I also have a degree in business management. I work for an oil and gas company where I have been working there as a senior accountant. I also own my own tax offices. I have an office here in the Spring, Texas area, and I also have a tax office in Louisiana, which is in my hometown, DeRidder, Louisiana. I am empowering business owners such as myself. At this point in time, I own 5 different businesses and I work a 9 to 5. How do I do it? People ask all the time. A lot of my businesses are online. Most of them are online and they are service-based businesses. But at this point in time in my life, my main goal is to empower other business owners such as me and other business owners that are out there looking at these videos that we are giving to you all. Now, again, like I stated, I am a native of Louisiana. I ended up in Houston, Texas because I wanted to broaden my horizon, expand my knowledge, expand my business to Texas, I'm sorry, because of the opportunities here. I noticed that there was also a need again back in my hometown. So that's what prompted me to open up a tax office there. But now, again, I do business startups. So I help other business owners start their businesses. I help them from start to finish by giving them the knowledge that they need to start, for instance, LLCs. I know most people are getting into that space now to where they're not just doing business as such as just doing pop-up shops and selling things, here and there at networking events. And I've even found that a lot of people skip the part where you just get a DBA. And if you don't know what a DBA is, it stands for doing business as, which is on a lower level than the LLC. For the new beginning entrepreneurs out there that is not familiar with the term LLC, LLC stands for limited liability companies. And now we are in that era where people want to scale their business. And the way that I put the difference between a DBA and an LLC, because a lot of people do ask, for one thing, an LLC costs more than a DBA. Here, and I'm going to always use Texas as an example because this is the state that I am registered in and I am more familiar with the rules and regulations and the laws of Texas. But the way that I explain the difference between a DBA and an LLC is it's like having a high school diploma and a college degree. When you go to apply for a job, you may have the same expertise, the same knowledge, but the degrees are different. When you go for a job and you do an interview, whom do you think will be chosen first? The people with the LLC or the people with the college degree, put it like that. So when you go out there to promote yourself for your business, and let's say you're in a bid, you're basically bidding on a job and you have a DBA, and the person that are people that are bidding against you have LLCs. Normally, the people with the LLC will most likely get the job before the people with the DBAs. Now, and this is not 100%, it's not 100%, but one reason the people with the LLCs would be chosen is because of the liability risk. So the people with the LLCs normally have a high liability risk, and most of them are insured and have a business liability insurance. So that is to ensure that the person that is contracting that job out to you has their interest secured and insured as well. So people with the DBAs are normally chosen or possibly looked over people with LLCs because of that insurance on that liability risk. Now, once you decide that you want to file your an LLC as your business structure, please be sure to check on what permits that you possibly need in your state. Now, an example about that is some people have home-based businesses. If you are running your business out of your home, you definitely want to check with the deed restrictions that are in your neighborhood or in your subdivision to be sure that you are allowed to run a business from your home. And if you are, some people have to pay, which I did run into this issue with a client of mine out of Louisiana. Her business is based out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. And she uses her home address as her business address. Well, she was issued a citation or a penalty from the city because she is supposed to pay a certain fee in order to have that business based out of her home. So that is an example on why you should definitely make sure that wherever your location is, whenever you decide to start that business, to make sure that you have the correct permits in place and to make sure that it is legal for you to run that business out of your home. Now, for people who cannot run their business out of their home, then the next thing that you should do is go out to try to find you some type of either office space, or if you're selling a product, maybe some warehouse or a retail space somewhere, and check into those type of locations. And once you do that, please be sure to make sure that you read the fine print on any of these leases that they also present to you. Just because the lease looks good monetarily and it's the rent or what have you, or the lease amount per month is a reasonable amount, you definitely want to make sure that you are not blindsided by any other fees or costs that you may incur. An example of that is city taxes, property taxes. Yes, property taxes. Some have school taxes and things like that. And the way that I know about that is because I had a daycare. I had a daycare in a retail space. And after the first year, I received a letter in the mail saying that I had to pay school taxes in that district and I had to pay property taxes in that area. And because even though that's not my property, the actual physical building or location, the property taxes that I owed was any type of furniture, equipment. Of course, in my daycare, I had a kitchen area, which had a stove, the double sinks and different things like that. I had to pay taxes on all of the equipment, all of the desks, tables, chairs, any type of furniture that I had in that daycare. Although that furniture was mine. It wasn't leased. It was all purchased outright. But I still had to pay a city tax on those furnitures and fixtures that were in my daycare, which were considered property taxes. And this is totally different from any taxes that you would have, as far as definitely not federal taxes. That has something to do with your tax return. But these taxes are totally different from any other taxes that you are supposed to pay or obligated to pay. Now, in the state of Texas, we also have what they call a franchise tax. And if you have an LLC, everyone that has any type of LLCs or a corporated entity have to file what they call a franchise tax return. Now, it is not considered a tax return until your business makes $2.47 million a year. So basically, you are doing what they call a tax report, a franchise tax report. Now, starting in 2025, they do call it something different now here in Texas. It is called a personal information report. Now, what you do is put all of the information on there that your business has, as far as contact information, owners, people who have any joint interest in your business, any changes. Let's say you had a change of address, you moved from your business moved from one location to another. All of those things will go into that information report that is filed yearly. It is filed yearly on May 15th every year, unless, of course, it falls on a holiday or a weekend. Then it's due the next following business day. But that information report have to be reported every year in May. Every state that has you, if you have an LLC in every state, you are still required to do some type of informational reporting. Now, it may be called something different than, of course, personal information reporting or franchise tax reporting, but every state does require a business to do some type of report, to report any type of informational updates or changes on their LLC. Not only that, they definitely have to report how much money that they are making, because most of these states want you to pay a state tax to them, even if that state does not pay state taxes. In the state of Texas, we don't pay state taxes. Now, in Louisiana, they do pay state taxes. That is something totally different again. But once in Texas, once you make the $2.47 million, you do have to file what they call a franchise tax report, and you pay about 3% of whatever that income is to the state of Texas. But these are some things you definitely want to research. You want to do it beforehand, before you spend that money filing that LLC. Make sure that you know all of the legal regulations in that state. Make sure that you keep up with any type of reporting, any type of taxes that you would have to owe, any type of permits that you need. Is again, going into those buildings and office spaces. I know a lot of people want to go in and make it all nice and pretty and aesthetically pleasing, and paint and maybe knock out some walls here and there and make some nice little nooks and so forth. You definitely want to check with your city or county to make sure that you do not need permits to do any build outs. That was another thing that came my way once I opened my daycare. We went in and knocked out walls. We turned, one part of it into a nursery, and the nursery area did not have a firewall in between the wall that was in between the nursery and the other part of the daycare space. There was not a firewall in between those walls. So when we had our inspection by the fire marshal, they immediately denied our inspection. They immediately failed it as soon as he walked through the door. So you talking about upset. I was upset. I was crying because I did not know. And he did help us. He told us, gave us a list of things that we were supposed to do beforehand. So now, since he came in and done that inspection, he gave us a list of things that we needed to do in order to get past the inspection. One of the reasons why he failed the inspection was because we didn't have the firewall, but when he came through the door, we didn't have a panic button on the door. So that was another reason why he failed the inspection. Well, that was the first reason first, but he did do a walkthrough and found out that there were a few more things that we needed to adjust. And knowing that information, now we had to go spend extra money to undo the things that we've done, and then pay money to redo those things. So that is why it is important for you to know the things that you need to do beforehand, before you actually get into, again, signing building leases and doing all these type of things, and going in and putting your name on those dotted lines, because you may end up spending money that you really didn't have to spend. So those are some things that I did run into. But other than that, as far as the health and stuff like that, we did pass those inspections. So, and those were other things too. We did have to go to the state for health inspections. We had to do gas inspections. Even though our space did not have gas, we had to do a gas inspection because the cleaners that was next door to us, they had gas. And guess what? We found out that they had a small gas leak next door. So at first I was a little upset, but all in all, it did save us money doing that gas inspection in the beginning, because if something would have happened and we never had that gas inspection, then yes, we would have been incurring a lot of costs for that. We did have insurance, so that would cover that. But anyway, so those are some things that you definitely want to do before you start opening that business, or even signing your name on a dotted line with these leases and office spaces, retail spaces, and so forth. Now, once you get that LLC established and you have all of your legal paperwork, you've done all of your due diligence on what you need to do, then the next thing that you should possibly do is open up that business bank account, which is where my expertise definitely falls in place with the accounting and the bookkeeping piece. So you open up that bank account, 9 times out of 10, the financial institution that you use is definitely going to want, they definitely 100% want to see your formation paperwork. They want to see, of course, who all the owners are. Any of the owners, most of the time, have to all be on the bank account if they need to do any type of transactions. And once you get that bank account established, definitely start using that account for any of your income and expenses. You want to do that because that way you can show the money that's coming in and the money that's going out, which will definitely save you a lot of time at the end of the year when it's time for you to prepare your taxes. Not only that, whenever you're comfortable and you think you've been in business long enough to try to secure more capital, those financial institutions want to see how much income you have coming in and where it's coming from, and how much are you paying out in expenses. Because at the end of the day, they want to make sure that you have enough money to be able to pay them back if they lend you their money. Now, all of these different institutions are different. They have different rules. They have different regulations. But most of the time, they are pretty much standard across the board as far as wanting to know who are all the business owners and wanting to know what your income and expenses are. The type of documentation that they will be asking for is financial statements. They would definitely want to ask for financial statements. Most of the time, they want you to be in business at least 2 to 5 years so that they can see a trend of what your income and expenses are. I also often, when I start an LLC for someone, after we've done our consultations, they're all set, business is up and running, the first thing that they want to ask me is, how can they get loans and grants and scholarships? And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I have to tell them, hey, you haven't been in business long enough to even show the type of income that your business will be making. So usually those first 3 years in business are the rough patches of owning a business, because that income and those expenses will definitely be going up and down, up and down. I mean, it's a trend that most all businesses see, unless you're doing something again that's, for example, when I started my businesses up again after I closed my daycare and everything, my first business was notary services. I was a mobile notary. Now, it has very low overhead, and I didn't incur a lot of expenses with it, but it wasn't like I was just making a heck of a lot of money either, but I made enough, to sustain. But something like that has low overhead. And yes, the trend may be steady because you're making that money, but you're not really spending a lot out. But at the end of the day, again, those financial institutions want to see how that money is fluctuating up and down, how much income you're making, how much you're paying out in expenses. What they're looking for is what your bottom line looks like. How much do you have once you have paid out all of your expenses? How much do you have left to actually pay that money back that you are trying to borrow from them? Most people don't want to pay taxes. And most people that get their tax return done, especially business owners, they don't want to pay taxes on it, or they, at the time, they were really taking a net loss anyway those first few years. And if the bottom line on your tax return shows zero, more than likely, they are not going to lend you that money in those first couple of years unless they can really see a good net profit at the end. Now, again, if you are breaking even, if that net profit shows a zero, it's in the negative, more than likely, they will deny you those first time loans unless you have some really, really, really good personal credit. Now, I've heard people getting some business loans or what have you, signature loans, I think they would call it. There's another word for it that people use. But if you have some really, really awesome personal credit, then you have a good chance of definitely securing some type of capital from those banks or financial institutions that you'll be using. Now, once you get that business bank account open, if you do know that you are going to want to secure capital, go ahead and start building on your business credit. There are things out there. I know Duns and Bradstreet, DNB. A lot of people know it by DNB, Duns and Bradstreet. They have made a few changes here over the years, but that is an organization, or it's sort of like Experian, TransUnion, Equifax for personal credit. That's what Duns and Bradstreet is for businesses. They help keep track of your business credit. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I do know that there are resources out there with Duns and Bradstreet that can help you start building your business credit. There are other things out there as well where you can get lines of credit from other institutions, from some other banking institutions, and you can get it using your actual Social Security number. But most people want to use their business EIN. So once you start building that business credit and you want to expand, then you have that. You don't have to use your personal credit. You don't have to use your personal Social Security number. You're able to go out there and secure those things with your business EIN, with your business name. But you also want to make sure that your business is structured properly. We want to make sure that business name and EIN is on everything dealing with your business. And a great tool is to make sure that you have a website for your business. A lot of people are asking for websites because they want to see that, hey, you are an up and running business. They want to see the clientele, possibly the clientele, the reviews, different things like that, again, as backing, as support for them to be able to lend you their funds. Now, start building that business credit, start securing capital, and definitely consult with people who are credible people, accountants or some type of financial person, even banks. Banks will definitely do consultations with you if you have any questions or want to know any information out there about your business finances or business. A lot of banks, I know for one, Chase Bank, I bank with Chase. Sometimes they give webinars, workshops, seminars, webinars and workshops for people and businesses that want to know this type of information. So they have means out there for you to consult with them about your business finances and to let you know what type of financials that you need. Or again, consult with an accountant, consult with a financial person, a person that's in finance that can definitely let you know, okay, what type of documentation do you need? What do you need to do to get your business streamlined to start building business credit so that you can secure those funds? Another person that you may want on your team is a legal representation. You definitely want to consult with either an attorney or some type of legal service-based business that can help you with contracts. For people who are out there that want to get contracts for their businesses, you definitely want to make sure that someone in the legal department can read those contracts for you, read the fine print down there to make sure that you're not missing anything and that you're not blindsided by something that may come up later on that can cost you money. And then you're forced to consult with an accountant or a financial person at that point. But that's just to stay ahead of the game. And it's more or less like pre-planning or even pre-budgeting. That is another important key as well. Budgeting. Even before you start that LLC, budgeting is your best friend. How am I going to budget, Ms. Perkins, if I don't have any income coming in? I don't know what to budget. What am I supposed to budget? You do what they call a pre-budget or a projection. If you do not have the funds to go out there and hire an accountant or someone that can do that for you, there's software that are out. As a matter of fact, not QuickBooks, I'm sorry, Microsoft Excel. Microsoft Excel has templates for budgets, projections, 3 to 5 year projections. So these are things that is very important too, because let's say you're selling a product, maybe lip glosses. I've seen a lot of businesses pop up selling cosmetic products, especially during the COVID time. You're selling products. You definitely want to know, okay, how much is it going to cost me to purchase a case of these lip glosses, a case of these eyelashes? How many are in the case? How long will they last? So things like this is normally what we put in a pre-budget or a projection to help you budget those finances that you have so that you don't go under within the first year. So having a budget, pre-budget or projection is very important, but don't stop there. So you continue to budget yourself. Get some software that can help you. That's where the QuickBooks will come in. QuickBooks have several different types of software for you to use. They even have the version for people who have to keep inventory. They have service-based software, and they also have just regular self-employed software for people. For example, people that have lawn services. You don't have that much activity for lawn services. You have your clients, which are your customers, and you have your expenses. So whenever I'm consulting with some of my clients, if they're just in a basic self-employed sector, like lawn care services or maybe handyman services, plumbing services, I normally suggest to them just get the self-employed software through QuickBooks to keep up with your customers and your customer base, and to keep up with your income and expenses, and also invoicing your clients, which is a very great tool with QuickBooks. So a lot of this stuff are things that I consult with my clients about from the day one consultation, the very first consultation they have with me. And I know it's a lot to grasp during the first consultation, but I just lay it all out there for them so that they know that these are the things that they will start to face, or these are the things that they will be looking at once they get up and running. So that software, purchasing those softwares, and I know you all have heard the old adage, it takes money. You spend money to make money. You have to spend money to make money. It may not be much. That software does not cost a lot. And even if you do not use bookkeeping software, again, if you have Microsoft on your computer, there is templates that are already embedded in Microsoft that can help you do your budgeting. They even have templates for invoices. So there's software out there that you can definitely use without having to purchase extra software or something that you may not even need to use at that point in time, especially first starting off in your business. You don't want to go incur a lot of costs that you definitely don't have to. So once you get that business bank account, you get everything up and running, then you fall into, again, if you're able to purchase that software, definitely get that software, because that QuickBooks software has the templates for invoicing your clients. And also it comes with a little card reader for people who are selling products. If you're out there doing a pop-up shop, I know a lot of people use Square. That's a good one as well. I've always used the QuickBooks because I just live by QuickBooks. I've always used it even with my daycare back in the early 2000s. So, but Square is a good one. A lot of people use the Square. But the QuickBooks come with the software, and it comes with the card reader, which is, of course, is a separate cost, but you only pay that one-time fee. So you get that card reader, and wherever you are, anytime you are selling your products or services or what have you, you have that card reader with you. That person can swipe their debit or credit card right there in front of you, and your funds go directly to your bank account. And what happens is at night, that bank account syncs with QuickBooks. It interacts with each other. So all of the transactions that you have in that business bank account funnels through QuickBooks. So you don't have to be a professional bookkeeper. You do not have to be a professional accountant to keep up with your bookkeeping. That software can do about 80% of the bookkeeping for you. The only thing that you would have to do is go in there and make sure that it is categorized properly. It is categorized properly. And what do I mean by that is, let's say you swiped your credit card at a gas station because you needed fuel for your vehicle. Most of the time, QuickBooks know that Shell and Texaco, normally people go there for fuel, right? So what if you didn't get fuel that day and you purchased maybe some coffee for the morning, on your way somewhere to see a client? So you purchased coffee, possibly a donut or two, and a bottle of water. But when you scan that receipt, or you upload the QuickBooks upload that information from Texaco or Shell or what have you, it may categorize it as fuel. But that day you didn't purchase fuel. You actually purchased some meals, or you purchased food. So those are the things that you would just definitely have to go through QuickBooks just to make sure that that stuff was categorized properly with some of the receipts that were uploaded to QuickBooks. But once you get all of that done, other things would be included, would be, again, to consult with someone that is in your industry. Go to networking events. Networking. I have just recently, within the last year or so, started going to different networking events. I've always wanted to. I have done before, but now it's on a larger scale. I have been asked to speak at some of these events. A lot of stuff that I do is online and social media. I'm on stuff like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, even Twitch. I haven't streamed in Twitch yet, but I'm on these different platforms because it gives you a lot of exposure. And I'm on the Black Business Network, where this network is being shown around the world in different countries. So you get that exposure for your business without having to worry about going out getting a lot of different marketing supplies. If you're on a budget. So you may not be able to afford 300 business cards that are printed out in colored ink. You may not be able to afford 300 flyers that are being printed out in colored ink. But we have social media. We have social media to where you can be exposed to millions of people in the world on these networks with your business. So even the marketing space with business now has become so vast and important because you want people to know what products and services that you're offering. So the marketing comes into play. Now, I'm not an expert in marketing, but I know people who are. I know people who do the t-shirts and do the flyers and do the tablecloths with with your logo and stuff on it. I know people who do logos. So I do network with a lot of people in a lot of different areas dealing with business. So networking is very crucial to your business. If you don't do anything but go sit in the audience and listen to other business owners or listen to other people that are in the same industry as you that have that expertise, so you can you go out and network with different people and also in different industries. I went to a networking event about maybe a month ago, and it was called the Link Up Networking Conference, a very awesome networking event by Dr. Tandra Price. And the information that I got from that networking event was just awesome. The people that I met there are awesome. The networks, the people that I networked with there was awesome. And we also did podcasts while we're there too. So people were able to go from table to table and give their information about their business or product and service that they provide over podcasts that were there as well. They had a little gala and so forth. But I really enjoyed it. I didn't make it to the gala, but I really enjoyed the day that we networked on that Saturday and the connections that I made. So networking and marketing is very crucial as well to your business. I mean, a lot of people want to start business. They want to start selling products, but they don't want to be seen. They don't want their faces to be seen. They don't like social media, and that's okay. Everybody's not like that. But I'm just telling you from experience, networking and actually physically being in the room with other business owners, other entrepreneurs. It's just an awesome feeling because now you're in the presence of people around you that are like you and have like minds like you. So networking, marketing, all of those things are very important for your business as well. So now that you've gone through the process of getting up and running, you're networking, you're keeping up with those incoming expenses, and now you're in the last quarter of that first year. And then, of course, you hear about tax season coming. And then it sounds like everything goes to a halt because why? Everybody is scared of taxes. You don't have to be scared of taxes. You don't have to be scared of Uncle Sam and the government, but you need to be aware. You need to learn about how these taxes will affect or how your business will affect your taxes, your tax return, how it will affect your personal life, your personal income and expenses, especially for business owners who are just all self-employed. But there's also some good tax breaks and quirks for people who are kind of hybrid like me. You still have that 9 to 5 where you get a W-2 and they're taking taxes out, and then you're self-employed on the other end or have a business on the other hand that's not paying in taxes. And I think that's where the fear comes in at for the people who have the businesses and don't know how those taxes are going to affect their businesses. And again, that's where you need to consult with a tax expert or an accountant or some type of financial expert to find out how this business is going to affect your taxes, your tax return. And you may want to also do some pre-planning on your taxes. I've seen some businesses that started off making about 4 or 5 figures, about 5 figures in that first year. Some of the franchises, I have a couple of clients who own franchises, and they made 5 figures in the first year, and it kind of blew their mind, and they didn't know what to do. So of course, they called me because I'd already been doing their tax returns anyway. So they called me, before the end of the year, and I just let them know, hey, don't worry about it. This is how that goes. And a lot of people think that you have to do two different tax returns, which you don't. If you just have a regular normal LLC, you only do one tax return. That's your personal tax return, but the business information goes on that personal tax return. So the only time that you really have to do separate tax returns is when you have what they call an S corporation. And that's when you do a separate tax return during the year. Now, when you talk about the different types of corporations, that's a whole new ball game in itself. Again, that would be another segment that I would give out on the Black Business Expo, talking about S corporations and different entities. One thing that you should know, though, that businesses like S corps and corporation, S corp, let's just say S corp. We'll stay there with S corp. S corps are not business entities, and S corp is basically a tax filing status. It's not an actual business entity. So I know a lot of people go out there and say, hey, why don't you just start you an S corp? You don't have to pay taxes and so forth, which is not totally true, but you just need to know that an S corp is a tax filing status and not necessarily, it's not a business entity, put it like that. And basically all it is whenever you file your tax return, let's say you're making those 5 figures, that's okay. But once you start making the 6 figures, let's say like about 250,000, we'll give it that, because even $100,000 nowadays, most people kind of make that on their regular job. So we'll say about 250, maybe $300,000. So once you start making that kind of money, then that's when then you start again pre-tax planning and start looking at filing your tax return as an S corp. And basically what you do is when you do your tax return, you're just telling the IRS, hey, I want to file my tax return I want to be taxed on a corporate level instead of on a personal level, because at that point in time, you do incur a lot of taxes. because now you're in a different tax bracket. You're in a different tax bracket. So on a personal level, those taxes can become to be a lot. So once you do that business tax return and you tell them that you want to be taxed on a corporate level, then you just fill out this form and you tell them, hey, Uncle Sam, I don't want to be taxed at a personal level. I want to be taxed on a corporation level. And that way, then you end up doing two different tax returns. You'll do a tax return for the business, and you'll do a tax or the corporation, and you take that information from that tax return and put it on your personal tax return. That's the only time you do more than one tax return. Now, that tax return also have to be approved, or that document have to be approved before the IRS will say, hey, yeah, we'll tax you on a corporation level. So that document, that form have to be approved by the IRS before they actually tax you on that corporation level. And the way that it works is the business or the corporation will take all of the income that you've incurred, even if it's just you and you're self-employed, so totally self-employed, that corporation, your corporation will take all of the income and they will be responsible for all of the expenses. So basically you'll have a tax return that has, of course, a P&L, which says my income was, let's say, $300,000 for the year, and my expenses were $250,000. So the difference between that is $50,000. So now your net profit, because you're still in the green, your net profit is $50,000. So that $50,000 is transferred over to your personal tax return to say, hey, Miss Perkins made a net profit of $50,000 on her tax return, $50,000 in her business. So that $50,000 is now transferred over to my personal tax return, which that's what I'll be taxed on. I'll be taxed on $50,000 instead of $300,000. So that's how that goes. And that is how you're able to save on your tax liability. So that's why I say part of what people are saying out there is true, but they just don't know to what extent sometimes, because they don't understand the whole how to compute the taxes. They just know that once you start making that type of money, then it is easy for you to save on your tax debt or your tax liability at the end of the year. So
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
welcome back to the channel. So that concludes my segment for this afternoon. And if anyone wants to contact me about their business, I do free consultations, first-time free consultations. You can reach me at www.pbs-thesolution.com. That's www.pbs-thesolution.com. Or you can call my business line at 346-443-9682. And remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. the only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
5-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world.
And we'll be with him in just a minute. We're going to have our fireside chat today with Justin Burns. Well, I guess I'll talk a little bit about Guest Brown Impact. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Gail Guest Brown, CEO and executive leadership coach for Guest Brown Impact, where I work with women of color and businesses to overcome challenges to equity in the workplace. At Guest Brown Impact, we're all about all things leadership, and all things equity. And so we work with women who have felt unseen and unheard at work. We help them to negotiate and become their best selves and live their best lives. So as a leadership coach, I work with both women and men, but I specialize in women of color because we are the most neglected in the workplace. And so that's my focus. But today, I believe I'm going to be interviewing a dynamic young man by the name of Justin. And I think he'll be on in just a minute. But I'll talk a little bit more about myself. So my purpose and my why for doing the work I do is I was in the workplace myself. I have 30 years of leadership across 5 different segments of business, from corporate to tech to faith to higher ed. So I've been in a lot of different cultures. And so wherever I went, I saw that women were underpaid. Often their labor they were doing a lot of good work, but often it was undervalued and pretty much undercompensated. And so as I hung out my shingle, I wanted to put my 30 years of leadership to help those women do better in their jobs. And so that's pretty much my why. My purpose is to be a beacon to others on the path to living peacefully, joyfully, authentically, and on purpose. And so I try to make sure whatever I'm doing, whether I'm doing my own job or hosting here at the Black Business Network, that it's in alignment with that. And so I support all people in this endeavor. So this Saturday afternoon, it's a beautiful day here on the East Coast, but I know the Black Business Network is serving entrepreneurs and people across the globe. And so we're hoping you have a great day where you are. One of the other things that we can talk about is the fact that it's after the holidays. And I do have an offer out for a Black Friday. And so if you're interested in any coaching at all on any subject, but I like to focus on negotiation because we have a couple of negotiation periods that come up in life. Oh, but here's my guest. So I'll tell you about that later. You can connect to me at guestbrownimpact.com. All right. So thank you for joining us, Justin. Thank you so much. It's great to see you this morning.
Yeah, definitely. Glad to be here.
Thank
well, it's
you.
actually evening here in Africa. So, but yeah.
All right. What part of Africa, Justin?
I am currently in Nairobi, Kenya.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to come visit you.
You should.
All right. I'm going to have to come visit you. Justin, let me do a little short bio on you. Mm-hmm. So let me tell them a little bit about who we're going to be with today. Justin is a leading expert in online course creation and digital marketing, renowned for revolutionizing the e-learning industry. As the founder of Maestro, am I saying that right? It's Maestro, right?
Maestro, yeah.
Maestro.com, Maestro.com, a cutting-edge platform that empowers creators to build, market, and monetize online courses. Justin has helped thousands of professionals transform their knowledge into lucrative revenue streams, and his clients have collectively generated tens of millions in online sales. Justin is a TEDx speaker, a best-selling author of the Expert Code, and an e-learning consultant. He's passionate about democratizing, let's get that right, democratizing education and enabling creators to share their expertise effortlessly and share tools and provide tools that foster community and success for creators worldwide. Follow Justin at Instagram at CEO Justin Burns. So Justin, thank you for joining us. I have one question to get us started. And that is, what inspired you to create Maestro and enter the e-learning industry?
Yeah, so I've been a full-time entrepreneur for about 15 years now. I saw the writing on the wall that I always say it's better to start early than to get there late. right, than showing up to the party. And many people are starting late, not realizing that the world is drastically going to be different in the next few years. I talked about this tonight, where I do a call every Sunday called GOAT. It's called Soulful Sundays, and it's really to prepare entrepreneurs for what's coming. And one of the biggest things that inspired me was that, and I had a prediction. This is 2008, 2009. And I said that the world is going to be peer to peer. And so what is peer to peer, for those that don't know what peer to peer is? It means that the world was, and still is, was controlled by a certain amount of people, industries, companies, everything, right? So if we wanted to learn something, we wanted to learn a skill set, we would have to go to school, right? And there's some things that we still going to have to go to school for. But if we wanted to have an opportunity to learn some type of skill set, we would have to. We couldn't just go to the library and get some books. It didn't exist. Well, look at what happened in the span of 10 years. We had YouTube come out, and then we birthed an entire industry, right? It birthed an entire industry. And so that industry completely exploded, and it completely transformed a lot of different lives and a lot of people. So it inspired me to say technology was going to be the bridge for that peer-to-peer education. And so Maestro was born. It's a video membership platform. I'm excited about it. And we're building some really amazing things to help creators bridge that gap to where it's not as expensive as it used to be, right? Technology used to be crazy expensive. Now for a small subscription, you can have an entire digital business. Listen, yeah, I don't know about you, but I tell people, like, listen, the media is designed, right, to really program us to think certain ways. But I tell people, I have a different view on life. Here's my view. We are living in one of the greatest times in history.
Come on now.
Despite what you see on TV,
That's right.
Listen, those are distractions. Those are distractions. They're major distractions to keep you. Who's going to war with who? Those are things you have to be, in front of. But listen, it's to distract you from the opportunity that we're living in one of the greatest times in history.
Come on now. All right, I love that.
When it was like, it's like when the industrial age, right? It's like, but life is speeding up so fast. Technology is speeding up everything. Next year, people are not going to be prepared for what's coming, right? Which is over 85 million jobs from AI are going to be lost to AI. Blockchain. I'm not going to get too technical. I'm a techie, but I'm not going to get too technical. But listen, people have to be prepared. We have to speak the truth, right? Next year, blockchain is going to disrupt so many industries that have held a grip on us, right? So we should have the freedom of choice to choose. If I'm, let's say, for example, give me an example. Let's say if I'm doing real estate.
Justin, wait. Now you got to give me a chance to go a little deeper now. Wait. Now you dropped some bombs here.
Sorry, I get a little bit excited.
You talked about the fact that, you got to get ready. You got to stay ready. And so what are you getting your sources? How are you staying ahead of all of these huge shifts in society? Because it's obvious to me that you study the society and the shifts in society so you can be ready. Where are you getting your information, and how are you preparing people alongside yourself?
Absolutely. So the thing is, I tell people all the time that it is imperative that if you are going to even be able to be in front of anything in the world, you should be studying at least an hour to 2 hours every single day. You should be following the people in your industry. You should be consuming massive amounts of information and data like books. I study sources. I talk to different people that I respect in the industry. But what I've been doing is I actually personally study 2 to 3 hours per day. Different things, going into white papers, understanding, looking at trends of what's happening. This is stuff that's already here. So not just what I tell people, the best preparation is an educated mind. right?
Right.
And so you can't just study just books that you're comfortable with. You have to study things that you see the trends and things that are happening, and that's how we prepare for what's going on in the real world.
I agree with you 100%. Now, how did your personal journey influence your passion for empowering others through education?
Yeah, so I grew up on the south side of Chicago, Chi-Town, stand
I
up.
was wondering
So
where you were from.
yeah, so I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I was not the smartest kid at that time in school. I wasn't the brightest kid. I wasn't the kid that you would think would be going to honors at Harvard University or Howard University. I wasn't a runner up for any awards, right? This wasn't me. In fact, I barely graduated from high school. But I always tell people with kindness. You never know who is having an experience that they're having. And so that was me. I was the kid that was the underdog, but I had a couple mentors that showed me that the greatest asset that I had was my mind and my
Come on now.
soul and my
So you
spirit.
had some mentors, even though you weren't the brightest kid in the brightest light in the classroom, you had mentors that poured into you.
Yeah, I call them light workers, but we all have them. They're all around us. They guide us spiritually. No matter what you believe, we all have light workers who are there to guide us, to show us who we are. Sometimes we don't listen. Sometimes we get to various times in our life where we are not prepared to receive and be coached by those light workers. And so I was a knucklehead for years. I wasn't ready. And then one day the light cut on and realized that I was also a mentor, a guide for other people. And so if I wanted to guide other people, I had to prepare. And so I call it facing your shadow self, right? It's facing those parts of yourself that you don't want to face. And that's where you grow. That's where you learn. That's where you evolve. That's where your energy grows. That's where you blossom into this person that you can't even fathom who you are. And that was me. I couldn't fathom I was the Justin Burns speaking all over the world, going to Africa. That wasn't what I fathomed 10 years ago. And so, again, that's the time that we're living in. And so,
But Justin, how did that light come on for you? Come on, help somebody out.
The way that my light came on from being coachable by different mentors. So when, for example, it's like when we're taught something, let's say, for example, Gail, I tell you, read this book. I want you to read this book 5 times. People have told you, they've told you books. The question is, are you coachable enough to do it? Are you able to consume that? That way you start to get the information. So the first thing is you have to put your ego aside and be ready to be coachable, number one. Number two, my light came on from doing the inner work. So that is number one. Shout out to one of my mentors, Morty Lefko. He taught me that the thing is that when we talk about motivation and we talk about personal development, most people are surface level, right? But the thing is, to go deeper, we have beliefs that are running our lives every day. So every day there's thousands of thoughts, but these beliefs are they're on autopilot. You can dress nice, you can look all good, your hair can be done up, but guess what? There are autopilot beliefs that are running your life around money, around what you deserve, around relationships, and they're all there. Let me tell you something that changed my life really quick. It was going deep and challenging those limiting beliefs.
Come on now.
I grew up here, but let me challenge this belief. Every time you challenge a belief and then you have the action to back that belief up, you experience what we call a light transformation. Right. And so I had to say, okay, I'm from the south side of Chicago. My mom never made over $20,000 in a single year. She raised me and my sister. She doesn't have a college education. Nobody in my family really has education. But guess what? That means that I am the black sheep of my family and that I believe that I am here as a generational curse breaker. You understand? And so as I beat that into my head, every single year. The first year, I didn't believe none of it. The second year, I didn't believe none of it. The third year, I didn't believe none of it. The fourth year, I kept beating into my head no matter how I felt. And then about the 4th or 5th year, I started being like, wait a minute, maybe I do have a little bit of power behind me. So the thing that I tell people is, It's not going to change overnight. These are beliefs that were implanted in us by people and school systems and people
we
that are not like.
internalize it. We internalize a lot of negative messaging, that's for sure. You know, and
We do.
I'm glad you did the work to kind of get yourself out of that. I'm an executive leadership coach, and coaches can help you with all of those internal messages as well. But
Absolutely.
Justin, tell me about Maestro and who you created it for. What's the target audience there?
Yeah, so Maestro is a video membership platform for creators. So here's my opinion. Everybody is a creator. Whether you're a CEO,
it's for everybody. You don't have a target?
Listen, everybody is a creator, right? But it's mostly for creators. It's mostly for, let me explain what the creator is, right? The creator is mostly all of us, the people that are creating things like products and our own economy, right? Let me tell you why let me tell you, because it sounds like I'm saying everyone is our target audience, but it's not, right? The creator, the number one growing business, who do you think, let me ask you this, Gil, maybe you'll know this, right? Who do you think was the number one business, the fastest growing business in just say America the last decade? Who do you think that was? What industry do you think the fastest growing?
Oh, I think it would be tech, like maybe TikTok or Facebook or one of those big tech giants.
So it was so close. That would be a legitimate. That's a very intelligent answer. It was service-based providers. Now, in 2024, going into 2025, who do you think is the fastest growing segment of business owner? Who do you think that is?
Black women.
Black specifically, right? That's true. The creator.
Oh, the creator. Okay.
The creator. Now creators have more power than brands. Think about somebody like Kim Kardashian, who can go online, right? Whatever you feel about her is irrelevant. She has 30 million followers and she can shut down a website in 5 minutes.
Okay.
If she promotes a brand, right? Brands don't have that power anymore because the power is in the people.
Yes.
So it's the author. It's the author. Here's the problem. Most creators never make a lot of money because they don't understand how to build a community around their product.
Nice.
They don't know how to
do.
That's what we do. We help people.
I'm sorry, Justin, I cut you off. You said they don't know how to build.
They don't know how to build communities and a movement around what their product is. They just know, they know how to regurgitate information. They know how to say, here's who I am. I've been in the industry for 50 years. In 2024, people care less about that. They care more about how you make them feel. They care more about how you understand them at a deep socio-economic, they help a deep psychological, spiritual, they want to feel like that you understand them. That's why they buy. They don't buy because of the other stuff that people have regurgitated. That stuff don't work anymore. That's 1990s.
Awesome. Let me ask you this. So the audience gets a clear idea of what you can help them to do. Can you give me an example of someone that you've helped to build community, to build their voice? So what would you do? Tell me a success story.
Yeah, so I have many of them, but I'll tell you a couple. So one is, let's say, actually a friend of mine, but he's also a friend of mine, is Jonathan Gooch. So Jonathan had a home health care. He's in the home health care field. Nobody really knew what he did for years. And so what he would do is he started a business where he went into the home and, helped home patients, because there's some people who can't make it to treatment, disabled kids, all the type of things. Yeah. So he built this. And so many lucrative industry, and so many people were asking him, hey, learn this. So he came to me one day, he was like, hey, can you help me with this? And I said, we got the technology, but you need to learn how to structure it right. Things that, building something like a digital product or in front of a camera and talking about finding your target audience. So we work, this is kind of like a service. We work with people, but we technology where people host their courses, memberships, communities, and accept him. We helped out this idea. He created a product called the Home Healthcare Blueprint, and that product, their own healthcare agency, and helped him film the course, helped him create it, helped him push everything to date. And about he was able to generate $5 million in sales from digital business, right?
Wow.
And so, and I know people throw around numbers, but let me tell you, you serve enough people and you help enough people, those numbers are small. That's why I love the internet, because you're is everywhere, right? And so he sold a product. The product wasn't, it was $1,000. He helped people, but guess what? That's sales. Let's talk about his impact. He helped over 100 people start their own healthcare agency, helping people. I think about 5 to 10 of them are already at 6 or 7 figures in sales, and they're people. So the thing is, when you hide your gifts and talents and you don't share it with the world, how can you impact and help other people? So people call me the GOAT. Our community is called the GOAT because I believe something great. If you don't know what GOAT stands for, GOAT is universal. It stands for the greatest of all time, right? And so people say, I'm the greatest of all time.
There's nobody like you, right?
Michael Jordan is not the only one who could be the greatest of all time. You're the greatest of all time to somebody.
Come on now.
Somebody looks up to you. Your children, people that look up to you for advice. You're the greatest of all time to them. And we minimize who we are because of our programming. But everybody is a GOAT in their industry.
I love it. This idea of greatness, I've heard it referred to as a seed. Everybody has a seed of greatness in them, but just like a seed, it has to be watered. It has to have the proper light. It has the proper nourishment. So we all have a seed of greatness in us, just needs to be watered. And it looks like your business provides just such nurturing for that seed of greatness that's in all of us. So thank you for bringing that forward. Justin, we are here to help other people succeed. So can you tell us about a time when you had, as you were starting Maestro, what is one of the biggest challenges you had and how did you overcome it?
Yeah, so I've had many challenges, as all of us, because we're spiritual beings having a human experience. So you're going to have a lot of challenges, right? But I remember one of my greatest things that showed me, this is called the lion story. So this is where I became the young lion and elevated, right? And when I was trying to start my business, I thought it was because in the social media world, you feel like everybody is wealthy and successful, and that's just not true. So I started my business and thought I was going to be successful. And for the first 3 years, I fell flat on my face. I didn't make any money. I drained my bank account, just trying to take a lot of risks. It was just really horrible. And then a foreclosure letter showed up in the mail, basically saying that my house was in foreclosure, my car was about to be repossessed. Horrible situation. And I remember my mentor told me this. He said, I don't feel like you've burnt the boats yet. And I said, what do you mean by that?
I know what he meant.
He said, you have one toe in, you have one toe into being mediocre, and you have another toe in of trying to be successful. Ooh, and
that's so good.
And he was right. I didn't go all in on myself. And so I said, I had a conversation at the time. I had a fiance at the time, and we were, I didn't even tell her I was in foreclosure. And I closed the door that day, and I at them and looked at myself and said, listen, no matter how you feel right now, go deep within and show yourself that you can do whatever it takes and burn the boats. I got on that phone. I started selling myself. I didn't care about rejection. It felt bad. I started making calls, doing whatever it took, was just hungry like a lion.
Right.
And next month, we broke like 20,000 in sales. The next month we did 30. Now here's where this story was amazing. My house was in foreclosure, right? And so I also was deciding to manifest that I was going to pay my house off. And I called the bank and I said, hey, y'all, look, I know I'm behind. I know y'all about to come take this thing from me. But I said, I would love to buy this back. So the lady smirked. She said, what? She said, well, you got to fill out all this. She said, you got to fill out all this paperwork. I said, listen, no. So this is when you step into your power. I said, no. I don't want to fill out paperwork like everybody else. I want to as an offer and get this off of your hands. Mm-hmm. And she said, okay, let me talk to my boss. I said, things have drastically changed for me in my business. And I would just, and she called me back. And I'm sweet talking her. I'm not like in a way of flirting with her, just like, come on, how you doing? She goes, okay. She said, you know, but he said, you can come up with, you know, about 50,000. We'll give you the title to your house.
Wow.
Business wasn't that good. I ain't had 50,000 in cash yet, but I was like, okay, we can work something out. And I ended up negotiating. That's where you got to learn skill sets, because I learned about negotiation. I ended up negotiating them to do it within 4 months. And every month I did it. And they ended up mailing me my title in the mail 6 months. And even though I'm traveling now, I held that on my wall to show myself whenever it got tough, that I was capable, that I pulled myself out of this rough patch. And I was able to.
Nothing like doing it for yourself. There's nothing like doing it yourself.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Somebody could have given you the money. It wouldn't have been as big of a lesson. And you wouldn't have gotten that knowledge of knowing I can do this, right?
Absolutely.
That is definitely your lion story.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us. So I didn't hear you mention anything about faith or anything like that, or God helping you, or the universe helping you. Is there any kind of spiritual leanings you have that helped you through that moment?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that, we think that we have to shout from the rooftops, God this and God that, but God is a part of us, right? And so we are co-creating with God. Okay. And that's one of my belief systems. And so I'm a very spiritual being. I don't have any ties within religion, but what I tell people is that I've grown so much to understand that we are having a co-creating moment with God. And so that's when we are
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life.
This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bridget Perkins, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker will be Mrs. Tiana Robinson. Tiana Robinson is a senior cybersecurity engineer with over 11 years of experience specializing in firewall management, incident response, vulnerability assessments, and risk mitigations. She is known for transforming complex data into actionable strategies. She led a compliance team of 10 and achieved a 99% success rate in improving security postures across organizations. Tiana excels in cross-functional collaboration and has deep expertise in identity and access management, dashboard development, and security operations. When she's not solving cybersecurity challenges, she enjoys line dancing, attending festivals, and traveling. The next voice you will hear is Mrs. Tiana Robinson. Welcome aboard, Ms. Tiana.
Hello. Hi, everyone. How are you?
We are doing well, and how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you.
All right. So, well, first thing is we need to let our viewers know what is cybersecurity and why is it important.
Yeah, so cybersecurity basically is a safeguard or protection for systems and network environments. A lot of times you have companies that, they have data that they have to mitigate, basically manage, and systems that they have to control. And so actually having access control, making sure that we are monitoring how the access comes in, who's trying to access that data. Also, security threats, preventing that, being proactive about that are a lot of the things that are dealing with cybersecurity.
Awesome. Okay, there's also another acronym that we have here called InfoSec. Now, what is that? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so InfoSec is similar to cybersecurity, still deals with information systems. Of course, a lot of times you're getting down into the nitty and gritty of how the information systems are monitored, how we're actually handling the security posture when it comes to the architectural side of things and the design. A lot of times what happens is that with the InfoSec or information security, itself, that right in itself will make sure a lot of times that when the data is being transferred across different networks, different organizations over the web, over, different geographical locations, it's key to have a lot of security measures in place. So it does have a similarity to cybersecurity, but it kind of nails down more into the information, as some people in tech will know, as the packets or data that is being transmitted over oftentimes the internet or our networks and systems within our environments.
Okay, awesome. So what are some of the vulnerabilities that are out there, or some of the threats, or any type of risk that are in cybersecurity?
Yeah, so a lot of times, I know many may have heard of malware, you have phishing, you have denial of service, which some people would term to be DDoS attacks. You also have, it's a number of things, ransomware. Ransomware, typically, I'll just mention, that has a lot to do with what you probably hear in the news, where you'll have someone come in as a hacker to a company, hack their company access, prevent them from being able to have access to their network or systems, and then from there demand a payment in order for them to regain the access. So I'm not sure if you remember back when we had, I believe it was an oil company that had that, and it was kind of a situation where the gas was out for a while, or it was the trucks were not able to, I guess, move or deliver because of the situation with that actual infrastructure that was built in, where a lot of the management of, where we would typically use, get gas or access to where the trucks would come in to kind of put oil into the gas stations. A lot of that was delayed because of that situation that happened when it was a ransomware. I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of the company, but it's well known. It was all over the news when it happened. So that's one example. Then, of course, you do have phishing a lot of times that we're seeing more often, where you can literally, someone can send an email and it has a link, or unidentifiable email. You don't know who this person is. It has a link that is not recognizable. Clicking on it can definitely cause a threat to your system or your device or the network. So I always try to encourage people to be conscious of that, what links you're clicking, even if they send it through your phone, a text message requesting you to links. That's phishing. It can be phishing. A lot of different ways. They'll try to get access in phishing and getting access into your device. And all you have to do is click on something, a link, or open up an email possibly, and basically then they have everything they need.
Wow. Yes, I'm very familiar with the phishing, and notably the texting, the phishing through text has really boosted up. I know not too long ago here in the Houston, Texas area, we were receiving text messages about toll tickets. Now, there's a lot of us that have some toll tickets that are out there, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So automatically, when we were seeing these texts, we were like, oh, wow, I didn't pay that toll, back in so-and-so. And I never clicked in it because I did receive one. But yes, knowing that people were, they finally had it on the news and said, hey, this is some phishing software that are out there. Please don't click on it. Because everybody was getting that.
Yes.
So yes, I'm very familiar with the phishing. It used to be the emails. Yeah. But now people are so aware about not clicking on a link that they don't know, or an email coming from someone they don't know. So now they're attacking the cell phones, because we're all on our phones and everybody's always, looking at it. Yes. And that toll stuff was an easy way to get some, to get through with the phishing. Now the ransomware, is that what you said? Ransomware?
Yes, ransomware.
Now that was a new one. That's a new one on me. I mean, I'm sure that's where the word ransom comes from, because someone actually takes your stuff and then wants you to pay them to get it back, or undo whatever it is that they've done. Wow.
And a lot of companies run into that. I've been to some seminars where the FBI would speak at some of these seminars and go talk about the different cases that they had on ransomware. And that, of course, it made it to the FBI to bring attention to. So it was something definitely, where it puts the company in a loss, because they have to pay the money back, because a lot of times they're it's either their system is going to be down or and it can cause, like I said, a denial service attack, which basically will deem it where they don't have, where their whole entire network is down, right?
Mhm.
So it all kind of trickles down into different threats once that starts, right? So yeah, definitely a big thing that we have to be vigilant of.
Wow. And then one more thing, the malware.
Mhm.
Just so
Yep.
we all can just know the difference between all this. Now, I
Yeah.
see malware
Mhm.
quite often as
Right,
well,
right.
because every now and then it pops up on your screen,
Mhm.
hey, malware system,
Yes.
blah, 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 blah. Now, exactly, because I see that often. So
Yeah.
give us a little more elaboration on the malware piece.
So typically it's a virus that is on your software. Sometimes it could be through worm, Trojan horse, a lot of different things where malware comes into play and it just works in through your system the same way. But it's normally, it could be a compromised code or of course a software code or bug that can enter in. Someone had a way, maybe if they downloaded something, it could have been an app. A lot of times we got to be mindful of that when we download apps on our phones. A lot of different things, even in our, when we're on our computer systems. And sometimes we're at work, you may come across something where someone, somewhere, somehow may have deemed themselves to update or add something, some type of software in it. And it was definitely something that was considered malware. And they didn't do enough research on it, or it tested, maybe on a separate, what we call a separate segment of our networking from what would be our production or live environment that can really be impacting and cause problematic, cause a lot of issues with the cost, where the company can lose millions of dollars, right, or billions. So we definitely, something in the cybersecurity world, we have to be mindful of those, because even in itself, I know recently, I think with Microsoft Office, that may be the most known one. Of course, it can be framed of what really caused the issue, but it all started from someone doing an update on their systems, right? And it impacted a number of companies that we're familiar with, right? With the Microsoft Office Teams and suites that we use, a lot of us use on our laptops and even at work. So, it came out, the company was called CrowdStrike. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but they kind of work on the back end, but it caused that ripple effect just from malware, right? So even with us, we have to test whenever we're doing updates. We have to make sure we're constantly testing before we even update, or what we call patching, which is the same thing as updating or patching software code.
Okay, yeah, the patching word is familiar too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, so how are you able to how do we help ourselves against the phishing and I know not clicking on links that we don't know,
right,
or stuff like that. Or let's say with the computers, our computers or laptops, what have you. Because this morning I could have sworn I probably had a virus or something. I just could not get it together on my desktop. I got frustrated, and I'm like, it all started after it updated last night. I don't know what's going on. So even with it, okay, let me ask you this. Doing a manual update, is there a difference between us going and say, okay, let me update my system, versus the computers doing its own update, like at night, automatic updates? Is there a big difference between that, and how should we handle that? How should we do it?
Yeah, so it's definitely a difference in a sense that the automatic or auto updates that you have set in your environment, typically that is something, it depends though, because of course if it's a version update, sometimes you have to be careful about those, because the latest code or version that is out there is not always the best and most stable code, right? But a lot of times for something like with your laptop, maybe an update, or your router may need an update, that typically can be okay, because there are systems and security measures designed to where it kind of will screen and filter out a lot of those vulnerabilities that may occur, things that could cause risk with your environment. Now, if you're doing a manual, you definitely want to make sure you vet and find out if that version version, or if that code or whatever it is that you're doing to update is the most reliable and stable one, and it's not one that's a copy of that's where you would consider it being a malware of something that could be a threat to the environment or system, because then that will put you at more, it's a human error kind of thing, or human interaction, so to speak, where it's on you versus where the auto, of course, because normally you have scripts and things that are designed to kind of filter that out quickly and screen it. But sometimes we do make mistakes, humans do. So yeah, just be very careful and mindful of that when you do it manually, if that answers your question.
Okay. And so would you suggest that just letting the auto update take care of itself?
Well, it's okay. It's okay to do manual. Yeah, I definitely suggest doing some auto updates and keeping that, so that way it keeps your environment updated, where you're not behind. You don't have legacy versions or things that are tagging out that could be a risk for vulnerabilities, or where it could cause a lot of issues on down the line. But I would encourage you to do more of the auto part. Yeah, if that makes sense. Automation, I know we kind of steer from that now because we want people to still be hands-on, but sometimes it makes things a lot simpler and easier, and it just prevents us from a lot of human error. I would just say that, which is a term, phrase that we use a lot. But I don't want people to steer away and be afraid to actually do manual updates, because you should sometimes, because sometimes there are just things that we may need human interaction for. So that's why a lot of us in IT are still in IT working. So definitely, yeah, that answers it.
Absolutely. And it does clarify quite a bit there, because like you stated, if they already have scripts, again, let's say Microsoft, they already have scripted things in the background, running in the background, that's supposed to help with these updates that they know, because
and
their software.
Yeah, it'll filter out a lot of the vulnerabilities, security threats, or risks that we normally would be concerned about trying to do research and investigate. It speeds it up a little bit quicker.
And it makes sense. Makes sense. So what other things do you suggest that would help us improve our online security?
Yeah, so definitely just be mindful of, a lot of times there are a lot of things. I think one of the things is social engineering. I'm seeing that a lot where, and just not social, all of the, threats that we have, cybersecurity threats, but a lot of people nowadays are using a lot of what we call psychology, to kind of make people feel like, for instance, I think it was a text here in my state where they were sending out it was DMV, and I believe also sheriff text messages where you would be, if you didn't pay a certain amount, or if you owed a bill or something, or if you had to update, I think, your license. One was where it was something going on with the sheriff's side where I think they were saying people will be arrested, and so people were in panic. I had a guy servicing, doing some maintenance work at my home, and he had got the text about that. He was in panic mode. I was like, that's definitely not, that's something, that's fake. That's a scam. So I said, don't, because he was calling just be mindful that sometimes they'll use your mind to kind of make you feel as though it's something real, and it's not. They do it all the time with text messages. They'll call you as well. And even, sometimes you'll get, sometimes people even come to your house sometimes, and they'll ask you for certain identifiable confidential information, like your social security number. You don't have to give your birth date out, because sometimes that can help them find more information about you. A lot of different things, where it's normally, if it's a personal identifiable, information that can point back to you, just be very careful who and when you share that. And if they call you in about something, trying to sell you something that sounds good, like healthcare, that's another one. I think healthcare is the main one. And the first thing they ask is for your social. Be kind of leery of that, because they're calling you, right? You're not calling them. And typically, it will get a point where they will probably have to verify stuff. But when you have them switching you over to, like, I think on one call I got there, I started with one person, then they switched me to another person saying they were the underwriter, try to make themselves seem like they're legitimate. Just be kind of skeptical of things like that.
Yeah, I know most everybody pretty much are strict on not giving out their social security numbers nowadays.
Yes.
That's one of the givens.
Right.
When
Email
people start
address,
asking for your social, your birthday,
all of that.
and things. They say, what if it sound like a duck and quack like a duck? Sometimes it's a
Right.
duck. Understood. So now that also brings another question in mind. I know I had some questions that I wanted to ask, but the more you talk, it's really being relatable. So I'm hoping a lot of people out there are definitely going to get this info. But that brings on the app, the question about the app. Dang it, the Cash App.
Oh, yes.
Cash App.
Yes.
So many people have been attacked, cyber attacked through that Cash App application.
Correct.
That it's unreal. I had a friend who said she was on the phone with the person that was attacking her Cash App at the time she was talking to them.
Wow.
They were supposedly about to send her some money. So say send us. But my first thought to her was, if you didn't even know who this person was, why did you think they were going to be sending you money?
Right. And they're getting all your information.
Right. So, I mean, I don't have a specific question about it, but can you just give us a little more information about even stuff like that? The Cash Apps, all these different financial apps, the PayPals and stuff like that. What is your take on that stuff? I mean,
yeah, so I definitely know, I'm aware that a lot of the different apps that you're stating that requires a lot of monetary, where you're doing a lot of monetary traffic, that definitely is something we have to be careful about. Cash App is known to be one, PayPal, all of that. They are having a lot of issues with security, cracking down or having people who basically will mislead people or be able to get access to their account that way. So if my thing is always, if you don't know, if you're not a person that's comfortable or familiar with being able to kind of screen those type of things, maybe it's just not best to have that app. I hate to say that, but if you know, because I mean, I've even had where they've sent a code to verify for my Cash App, and I know I didn't authorize it, right? So that does happen, or where people will call, like you said, and they will ask for all that information, like they're going to help you, they're going to send you money, and you never see them. You will definitely never see the money, but they have all your information, or they may have somehow gotten some type of access into the applications. A lot of these applications, when we download them on our phones, we also have to be careful with them too, because not only is it taking up a lot of our data usage on our phone, but sometimes it does actually, you're giving the application, if you don't read that terms and conditions and those descriptions is in the fine line, sometimes you're giving those application rights to with cookies and the search information, data and algorithms and all kinds of things that it can do through your phone. You're giving it access to be able to kind of pretty much retrieve. So just be mindful when you're downloading a lot of apps. The bank applications now, typically they do have what we call the two-factor authentication, excuse me. So that normally just gives you a layer of security, definitely to verify from just being able to log into your username or email or a password. So it does kind of secure it a little bit more, as you notice sometimes, but even with those, still that can be vulnerable if something's going on with that app. And just make sure you update the apps, right? I don't want to discourage people to use apps, but just be very careful of the ones that you are downloading. And if you are, just making sure that you make sure you have that extra layer of security, like maybe that make sure that they offer 2FA, what we call 2FA, which is the authentication method, of course, what I just stated. So just be mindful of that. Another thing with it, I'm typically thinking about some of the applications, even I know a lot of people like the game on their phones, gaming. Got to be mindful of that as well.
My sister does that.
Yeah, so typically they can cause a lot of bugs and issues with your phone, right? So just always be vigilant and mindful of what you're downloading, not just on your phone, your laptops, but definitely those applications, because it gets so popular, certain things people, and it is comfort and it's convenience, but sometimes convenience comes with a cost, right? So just be careful when you're doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have one more question real quick. I think we're getting close to time, but I do have another term that I'm not too familiar with. I don't think that you talked about it. The man in the middle attack. Or did you speak on that? What? Give us a brief synopsis on that, and then we're gonna try to. I think it's almost time to wrap it up.
Yeah. So the man in the middle attack typically it could be if you're on a website, right? You're thinking you're going to like a bank website. Let's just use that as an example. You're thinking it's your legitimate banking website, and it could be something that looks the exact replica of that website, but someone has became the man in the middle, right? And intercepted that to where now it's redirecting all of what your credentials, everything that you've logged in to their site. Okay. So that does occur. I don't want to scare people, let them go into panic, but that does happen. So just look at sometimes when you have a URL, if the URL looks kind of off and not familiar, then you might want to question it. And sometimes it's certain things that may be in the website that doesn't, every now and then it could be hard, it's still hard, but it may be something she'd be like, well, I've never seen this before on here. So just pay attention to things like that. But normally that can occur. Or if when it's connecting you into that website, sometimes if you see that it keeps giving you a delay or requesting stuff, just, where it's causing what we call a loop back, and maybe where the access or attempts is constantly, you're like, well, I know this is my right password. I know this and I know that. That's their way of, that's what we call brute force kind of. So that's their way also how they're seeing you're attempting to get in, but it's actually their site you're getting into, right?
Okay.
So it's just a lot of different ways, like I say, that it can happen. I'm just giving some examples of things that I've seen happen before. So just know that there are actors out there, which we call the man in the middle attack, that will actually, they will present themselves as that legitimate account, legitimate website, and it's not them. So just be mindful.
All right. I don't think you're probably scaring anybody off, but this is very informational information. That way we are aware of it. But
yes.
So, but anyway, so thank you so much, Tiana, for coming in and sharing your expertise here on the show now, and for joining us. Now, can you tell the audience how to connect with you if you do any type of consultations or anything for someone that want to use your services?
Yes, definitely. So if you do want to use my services or consulting, you can always reach me at my email address, Tiana, Tiana, Robinson, Robinson 3761 at gmail.com. Yep. And I do have a website link that is TS Robinson, 551. But that right now is under construction, unfortunately, but that will be available as well. If you just search, look me up. A lot of times if you use some of the keywords or meta tags, Tiana Robinson, it'll probably come up. So, yep.
Okay. All right. Awesome. This was some great information, like I stated. And I'm pretty much a little tech savvy.
Okay.
And when I can't get something together, I'm like, okay, let somebody else handle it.
Yeah.
But the information that you gave out is very informative, because we see this type of stuff every day. The malware, the spyware. Now the ransom was a new one on me, but all of that stuff we see every day, and we may click it, and sometimes we click out of it and keep going. But if that stuff is still running in the background, I found that it can still pick up your information off of your system and different things like that. So, and of course, just about everybody is using the Cash App nowadays.
Correct.
I tell people with the businesses, they get too comfortable using their Cash App. They continue to use it instead of using it, a little bit, then merging over to some real bookkeeping stuff.
Right.
But I really do not like using Cash App and all those other little apps. I barely like to use the PayPal.
Yeah.
I prefer you either to Zelle it or let me invoice you from my business. But that is some very informative information that you gave out.
Yeah.
So, but again, we thank you for joining us, and we definitely will welcome you back for another session.
Sure. And also, I wanted to put in a plug. My LinkedIn is www.linkedin.com /n/Tiana Robinson 1. If you also want to reach me there, message me, or just connect. I'm there. Yep.
And can you repeat it one more time for
Yes.
the people that was probably writing it down? I'm going to go back and watch the video, so I'll write it down then.
Okay, it's www.linkedin.com /IN/Tiana Robinson 1.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiana, for joining us. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you too.
And well, everyone, that was Tiana Robinson. And remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. And until Dr. Kelly take us down, you want to elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, I noticed when you mentioned something else about Cash App. Another thing I realized with Cash App, sometimes you have, that's another like man in the middle kind of, behavior. There are companies that it might be an actual company where people will are paying for service. Sometimes there are duplicate companies or people mimicking that company as well, and you might send your money to the wrong company, and then so you have to be careful of that. So always make sure you verify the QR code and their Cash App information as well, and phone number with the person that you're intending to send the money to, because that happens a lot where people send it to the wrong person, they don't get the money back. The person doesn't send it back.
Yeah, I've never heard that either. People have a lot of time on their hands to be doing this stuff, huh?
They have been, they have been professionals at it. Because they know people are so, it just happens. It's so common. You don't think it is, but it happens a lot. So now they have made a business out of it, a career out of it.
And I know in the beginning, you really had to be kind of real tech savvy or no coding and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there are apps out there now where you can write an app, correct? Or
that's correct.
Write an app to do this type of stuff. So they're making it really easier. They're making it easier for the tech person.
Yes.
But it's also easy for the attacker.
Right.
To use this information to attack people's system.
Yep.
It's like a catch-22.
It definitely is. Yeah. So we just have to be careful. I always say nothing is secure anymore, even though we do have security measures, but just always, think about it sometimes and just always be skeptical of anything, right? And just protect yourself, have safeguards up, so.
And I know another thing, one more thing too, I've seen often with the credit bureaus. Every now and then they'll send out an informational email about, hey, we've been breached and so forth. And I'm always looking like, well, what kind of security system do y'all have? It looks like once a month y'all are being breached for for information. But I mean, you just really have to be careful because
it happens. Yes. Yeah. Yep. And at that point, I think when it, like you said, when those companies when they get breached, a lot of people don't know, but on the back end, that's when we do have people involved. Certain agencies involved that will find them and make them accountable. Unfortunately, even if it was something on their part that may have been a mistake, or it could have been something that just was, it may not have been negligence, but when it happens, somebody has to account for it, right? So yeah, definitely. And if it's all the time, then at that point, it has to be, they have to revamp the whole security program.
Yeah, and possibly investigate it now. And it's
just
just my take on it. I'm pretty sure sometimes it may be something inside out.
Right.
I've working for Fortune 500 companies and corporations, I've seen people headed out the door because someone in the inside were doing some things they should not have been doing.
That is correct.
So yeah, like you said, our information is really not safe out there hardly anymore. But that doesn't mean that we're not gonna scare people, like she said.
Yeah, right.
It's just being more careful, being more mindful with your information, and so forth. And just give you a quick little laugh. I own a tax office, and there's an older lady. One of my tax preparers contacted her to finish getting her information to finish her tax return, and my my assistant was asking her questions, and she started asking my assistant questions. She's like, "And who are you?" And you, no, that's okay. I'll talk to the lady that I've talked to before.
Yeah.
And she was like, well, "I am the lady that you talked to before." So I guess the voice sounded different or whatever. But that lady would not give my assistant her information because she was being very careful.
Which you have to be.
Her information too.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand quite well. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
So, but with that yeah, a lot of information out there for that.
It is. Yeah, definitely. And just and anything that I may have touched on, like you said, it is a lot of stuff out there, to give you advice on how to kind of handle some of those measures too. If you're concerned about, or if you feel like you may have some systems that have been compromised, definitely look into getting some consulting advice. And I always encourage any company. I know sometimes we have certain budgets for certain things, but just ensure that you do invest in security, because that could save your company a lot of money. So
well, that leads to another question then. Okay, the services that you provide, do you always have to be hands-on, like go to a location, or do you do stuff on? Okay, great. Because again, I'm gonna need some system stuff too, because of the network that I have going on.
Right.
So without me being in Texas, and if you're in another state, so can you explain that process a little bit to people out there? How would you do that? So you're not just a hands-on physical location.
Yeah, so I don't have to be physically. A lot of the stuff can be done remotely. Sometimes there are certain tools that I may have, or things that I can recommend or suggest that you may have to use. All of this is just consultation and advisement when you decide, if you're trying to do a refresh of your, it could be your whole device or environment or company or systems when it relates to security, and making sure that everything is up to date and you don't have any vulnerabilities. I'm definitely available to teach sessions, go over kind of what we call brown bag sessions to train people. So it's a lot of different services I can offer just besides hands-on to kind of move, help a lot of different organizations and companies or corporations basically have that strong security posture and be in compliance, right? Because every organization, I'm sure, has to be audited at some level. And security, we do have audits for compliance with security too. Just like you have tax audits and all those different things, there's audits at every level. So just being prepared for that if you ever come across where you may have to be audited. That compliance piece, I can definitely help you with and get you the policies and documentations together and making sure that you're aligned with what would be appropriate, because we do have a lot of different security standards too that we have to follow as well. So I'm definitely.
Yep. Got my mind churning now. We definitely do. We have to have a plan in place with the IRS on security measures and stuff like that. And trying to come up with that stuff off the top of our head, we're like, can I just copy somebody else's plan or something? So.
It's a lot of lingo because some of you do have to customize, to your organization. So I've been well versed with that and working across teams and cross collabing and with a lot of different it's just something that we do and it's not, and to be honest, I enjoy doing it because I hate to see on TV, like you said, when you see that a company is breached or have been compromised, because that, believe it or not, it does impact us in some kind of way for some of these companies I'll mention, where things have happened like that, right? So and it could definitely be something that we want, and then it makes you wonder, well, what am I doing? What security practices am I offering, for my company? So I enjoy doing that part of it. So I'm not just the engineering side of it, but that piece is important to me too, because I feel like if you don't have a strong posture in that, then everything else is just going to fall apart, right? It's not going to be a good, strong foundation. So I definitely push that.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And how does those firewalls work? Like, what does? Sometimes they get annoying because you're going in app or sites that you visited before, and then it may pop up and say it's a firewall or something. I mean, how does that work? Or are they looking for keywords and?
Yeah. So firewalls are designed basically, to kind of help protect and again safeguard a lot of the incoming traffic that may come in from the internet, go into your organization or your company. That in itself basically will kind of help you with that. I do know that a lot of times people, the first thing they go to the firewall is if they can't get access to something or a certain site or do certain things, they feel that the firewall is blocking it, which can be the case in some instances, to just filter out a lot of the packets that may be vulnerable or may not be one that was kind of advisable that should be reaching our site, right, or network. So firewalls is a good layer of protection. I know some people feel like it's more of a nuisance than it is helping the security, but in the end, if you have it set up the right way, it's definitely, if you look at it from a sense that it's going to save you a lot of heartache and money and costs later on down the line if you have loss of data. Data loss, what we call data loss prevention. We have measures set up for that. You have the threat analysis that you do. It's a lot of different things going on where we're actually doing a lot of filtering of the traffic to kind of make sure and investigate to make sure that it doesn't cause certain issues. So firewalls, some people feel like it could be a hassle or a nuisance, but it definitely helps more than you think. Just making sure that when certain things come up, it's actually, but not also, we don't want the firewalls to reduce production, right, and activity of what's the goal or mission of the organization to get whatever they need to do. So sometimes we will scale back some of the protections we have with firewalls, but it's definitely something that I encourage everybody to use. And now they're moving more into where it's not just firewalls, but also you have different, where they set up different APIs or the, not APIs, I'm sorry, it's another layer of networking. It's similar to firewalls, but it gives you more layer of protection than just the firewall, right? So, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess now that concludes our session for today, Mrs. Tiana Robinson. And thank you again for joining us. And we welcome you back for another session.
You're welcome.
And now, remember, genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bridget Perkins, and I'm your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Bernard Key. Mr. Bernard Key is the CEO of Nubian Media and a pioneer in educational technology. With over 20 years of service, he has led wireless deployments in 1,700 plus Chicago schools, transforming classroom access. He now develops digital content for STEM City USA and Chicago. Digital content for STEM City USA and Chicago, earning national recognition from XR Today for innovation in the metaverse. I now introduce you to Mr. Bernard Key.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm sorry I stumbled over those words like that, but I see that you are an awesome person here doing awesome work in the educational sphere. So welcome to the Black Business Network, and we are glad to have you here this morning or this afternoon. But the first thing I would like to do is for you to define the word metaverse for our audience.
Metaverse. If you're old schooler of technology such as myself, when the internet first was exposed to the public back in 1996, and back then there was the World Wide Web, and folks was typing in websites like www.earthlink.com to get on the internet. And about 10 years after that came the emergence of social networks. That was Web 2. That's basically social networks like MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, those type of platforms. And now we're in what's called Web 3, which is simply the third generation of internet. And it's more of a VR immersive technology, whereas instead of people interacting in the internet doing keystrokes, they're a physical avatar interacting the same way as if they would in a Web 1 and a Web 2 environment. So it's more of a immersive experience that take place in a VR, XR world and the AR world, which is more 3D rendered, GUI type of interface. So the difference is, if I have to put in short terms, Web 3 and the metaverse is a 3D internet. And that's how that you would basically define the metaverse. All right. Are you going to? I guess I got to go on then. And when you talk about the metaverse, it actually goes on to what you've been seeing in terms of the breaks, in terms of STEM City USA. Those immersive ads were something that I created about 4 or 5 years ago to demonstrate to companies how they could have their companies be immersed in the Web3 technologies. And from there, by me being the CEO of STEM City Chicago, I'm able to create proof of concepts that's in the Web3 space. For example, cryptocurrency, NFT, blockchain technologies, um, how to interact with the metaverse in terms of creating it to be a revenue generating form. So the revenue generating form that I designed is basically bringing commerce and bringing online purchases to the metaverse. And that's something that's been a challenge ever since the metaverse was first introduced to us. Is okay, we can use the metaverse for informational reasons, content, but how can a company and a business capitalize on the technology and have innovation in the forefront that it is generating income and generating a profit for that company? And sad to say that America technology is 7 to 10 years behind our European and our Asian counterparts. And so that gave me a chance to really look at what they were doing and create my own innovation in terms of how I want to develop and show content within the metaverse. And as a result of that, we have STEM City USA have won countless awards for our work in creating educational curriculum, being the forefront in terms of developing content to really capture the premise and the idea of what Web3 should be and what it is. And so I have a lot of fun just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stick. And it's so amazing and so fun and exciting when everything you throw at the wall is sticking. For a prime example, I've been doing video game and esports for over 20 some years. And so esports is a huge component of the Web3 technologies because of its 3D animation and the technology that's used to develop video games is used to develop the metaverse, and that's Unity or Unreal or any other animated software program that create 3D renderings of environments and worlds. And so with that, a lot of Europeans, Canadians, and Asian countries are now experimenting with NFT technologies in terms of animation, creating NFT marketplaces that capitalize very visual, very exciting artwork in the animation form, and they put these as digital assets in the metaverse. And this is a way of learning blockchain technology, learning the crypto business, and being immersed in the same thing as other governments are doing. For example, China, Russia, and other European companies are now mining for crypto, for example, with the sole purpose of devaluing and degrading the dollar. And it seemed like that it may just work, especially when you have a administration and government that support cryptocurrency and support Web3 technologies that's going to bring billions and billions, not only to the US economy, but to other countries as well. And by melanated people, we are always on the consumer end, where that we are always purchasing innovation instead of creating it or flourishing and nurturing it in our communities. So as a result of this, I decided to take upon myself, since I'm responsible for building out technology for STEM cities, is to integrate all that technology into a forefront and to a format that could be used by melanated people in our communities. If you're from a school, or if you are a entrepreneur, or if you are a techie wanting to learn how can this technology benefit us. And I think that that's where the whole collapse is. And now I look at the environment, and folks are still here, still wondering how can they use the internet to their benefit. And I consult a lot of folks, and something that I'm currently doing with STEM City is working with Black poets who have content, that have intellectual creations of their poetry. And their thing is that they can't make a living being a poet because the work is so sporadic, because different organizations will book them out for a reading, but it's not regular work for them. And they don't really sell their poetry, they just recite it. So I came up with the solution for poets to partner them up with artists, and their poetry could be related and in collaboration with a artist. And I take both of their content and I create a poetry NFT that has a piece of artwork from a renowned artist. So now on our Bohemian Digital Asset NFT platform, people could purchase and buy art and poetry all at the same time, and have a digital asset, have a piece of artwork and a library piece that they own. And at the same time, the artists will see revenue. They will see their work of art in a 3D format in STEM City, because we put their artwork in our NFT marketplace where they could gain exposures. And I have a group of artists that we're about to schedule and do a whole event around poetry. And it's a Bohemian Digital Asset poetry drop that's going to feature our local artists, poets, in a really festive environment, event, whereas that they could actually showcase and they could express their artistic side. And at the same time, it's a piece of digital artwork that could be sold globally. And at the same time, this is a way of relating your music and your art and your poetry to what's happening in our time. So look at it as a Harlem Renaissance, whereas that we are creating poetry, we're creating a reboot of the Harlem Renaissance, if I could put it shortly. And I feel that this is what's needed right now, because if you look at the music landscape and the music industry, it's changing. You look at the lyrics, you look at who is listening to our music, the message, and from an entrepreneur and a digital content creator, I could tell wholeheartedly that the community, the world is looking for a different sound, more innovative artists, more messaging that relates to their lives. And so with that, it got to run on the back of technology. And if you got a grasp of the technology and you have a innovative message and an innovative way of delivering that content and that message on a digital Web3 platform, not only you will see revenue, but you will find yourself elevated to a influencer, because the more people look at your stuff and they're influenced to do other things or to take an innovative approach in terms of their art, their music, their business, they're going to constantly follow you and look for innovative ways to implement this into their business practice. And one example that I've done that, I have a video esports company, and I partner up with F1 as well as, well, I'm sorry, not F1, but NASCAR Chicago Street Race. And Chicago, so what I've been doing for the past several years is engaging the community and looking at how motorsports can fit into the STEM world in terms of curriculum, education for our kids as well as adults. So with that, I've developed a gamified metaverse game that encapsulate motorsports. So now, this week, I will be at NASCAR showcasing and launching STEM City Bohemian NFT esports racing league, where adults and students, they will race for NFTs. And if, for example, this is how the competition works. Every gamer will be issued, they have to download the Bohemian wallet. And once they download the wallet, they will be given a Nubian Media Esports NFT. And once they get their NFTs, they will be issued 4 racing car NFTs. And those 4 cars will be into your wallet on your that's stored on your phone. And as we host our esports racing sims competition head to head, the person that loses the competition tournament match have to transfer one of their Bohemian digital car NFTs to the winner. And we do head-to-head competitions, and they battle for Bohemian digital asset NFT trading cards. And so the premise of this, and the object of the game is for the racer to accumulate other racers' NFTs. And whoever have the most NFTs after the tournament, which will last between 3 months to 6 months, depending on the event and the school or the organization. Whoever have the most NFT cards at the end of the league competition are deemed the winner. And so this game not only is an exciting esports venue for the family, but it's a great way of introducing blockchain, Web3 technologies to the melanated community as well as the schools, because they actually are involved in trading, swapping, purchasing, investing in the whole NFT market. And this is a great example of how decentralized gaming works and how creating a economic environment within a micro economy. So this is one of the programs that STEM City has developed and in the process of launching and introducing to the schools and the technology community. And another way of really capitalizing on this is to become what's called a decentralized organization. And a decentralized organization, which is called a DAO, is the new way of having what's a good term? Having authority over your finances, over your organization in terms of how you raise money, how you allocate resources to the people that's in your autonomous, your decentralized autonomous organization. And so right now with STEM City and my partners, we have developed a number of DAOs that's currently a government DAO that capitalizes renewable energies that we're doing in Maywood, Illinois. And Maywood, what they're currently doing is having solar panels and solar farms installed in their city. And the money that the energy that they sell back to Commonwealth Edison, their power provider, the money goes into a DAO. And the people in Maywood who participate in the renewable solar energy DAO will have a vote and have some say so of how the money is allocated that they gain and they earn from selling their energy credits back to the grid. And so what we're doing is pushing this on a scaled level. We're about to break ground on a community in Fort Heights, Illinois. If you know about anything about Fort Heights and Illinois, it's the poorest suburb in the nation. And there are only about 3 businesses in Fort Heights: liquor store, gas station, dollar store, and a church. And that's it. So STEM City, we have gathered a number of Black engineers and techies that's in the broadband space, the renewable energy space, and horticulture space to build affordable housing on a 50-acre piece of land in Fort Heights. And these affordable houses are basically container homes that we weld and cut out and retrofit to be 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, rooftop, 2-car garage that's powered by our Mango solar equipment that's manufactured and created by a Black man here in Chicago, David Jones, CEO of Lumina Energy. So what we're doing is taking innovation and taking melanated technologists who recognize problems and who spend their days and their life creating solutions for problems. If it's energy, if it's broadband, if it's food deserts, we are going to address these 3 important issues. Oh, and affordable housing. And we're addressing this in the poorest Black community in the nation using Black ingenuity or melanated ingenuity, ownership, resources, education, expertise, and passion to be self-sufficient in building our own communities, growing our own food, educating our own people in a environment that's overlooked, marginalized, and basically forgotten. And so with that, we are going to create this model in Fort Heights, and we're going to duplicate this in every city in the nation, as well as we have opportunities overseas in Colombia and Rwanda to do the same initiative. So I would say that if you're going to create anything, if you want to go into business and take advantage of the new technologies in Web3, it would be in, it would be good for you to educate yourself on AI, Web3, and those services and products that's needed in order to help you develop your business idea, your business concept, and your proof of concept as well, because these are the technologies that are scarce in our community. These are the technologies in our schools that's not embedded in the consciousness of our leaders in order to create real-time solutions for their constituents. And and the fact is that because we don't, the poor adoption of technology in the Black community, we are going to always be consumers of innovation and not the creators if we don't make a drastic change in educating ourselves and creating proof of concepts that will solve issues in our community, opposed to having somebody create it for us and we're marginalized and we're cheated out of the real benefit of the technologies of Web3. So I've been on a mission to basically create that and to show people that STEM City USA could actually be the forerunner and the person and the organization that could actually bring this type of technology for adoption agenda for our schools and our households and our communities. And folks may have a question, well, how do you get started? How do you immerse yourself in this technology that's going? And I have to say, research. Basically, look at trends, look at space that's associated with what you're doing, if it's fashion, if it's food industry. Research overseas, get information in terms of what they're doing and see how innovation that's lacking in our community, you can fill that void. And I would tell them that it's very easy if you have the passion, because once you do it, you will see and notice that what you're doing, nobody else is doing. And basically, this gives you opportunity to think big and to capitalize on the resources that you do have. If it's personnel, if it's technology, if it's space that you could do things and collaborate, then yeah, that is where you can start. And because now I see that the adoption of the metaverse have slowed. And I tell people that it's slow because the innovation uses of the people that's developing is kind of lax. But if you could find some type of niche that could really excite the masses, it would be very profitable for you. Because Web3 and the metaverse is not going anywhere. It's just the very slow adoption of the technologies that's stopping the innovation. And because I have developed a number of in terms of businesses adopting this model into their practices. But I have to put it on the shelf right now because the companies are not ready or they're not equipped to adopt this technology. And I see that in a lot of schools. And I see that in the business world and the entrepreneur space as well, because there's a lot of proof of concepts that I developed over the number of years being engaged with STEM City USA Metaverse that I developed, and I try to integrate that into clients' business models, but I can't because they are not at that point of metaverse or Web3 adoption that they will see any real benefits because they're not knowledgeable and they haven't determined where do that fit in their scheme of things. And that's the avenue that I see for myself to really make a impact because my proof of concept address those items. How can a business integrate metaverse in a profit mode? How can they use NFT technologies to integrate and to change and to bring in more resources to their organizations and their establishments? And once they got a grasp of that, then they will find themselves as a leader of the Web3 space in terms of business integration. And they will also find themselves on the forefront because their competitors lack the understanding or the concept in terms of what you're doing to gain more clients, more revenue, more equity, more technology, and more employees to your business practice. And so I would encourage everybody to join STEM City USA, and you can find me on LinkedIn on Bernard Key. And if you have any questions about technology, processes, trends in the Web3 metaverse space, as well as esports, and how your business can capitalize on the excitement and the new technologies that's out there that could really elevate, STEM City is the place that you should be. And so for us, that is where we are today in the STEM City Web3 space. And to conclude this, I would like to talk about esports. The whole esports arena too could be beneficial to a business in terms of sponsoring esports sponsorships with STEM City. And I'm going to sell you on a package since I got some little extra time. We are gearing up for our Wave of Change conference that's a part of the Career Communication Group conference series. And we are hosting a huge esports tournament league. And we invite companies to participate. And that's it.
Okay. That was an awesome presentation. I mean, a lot of information about that metaverse stuff, because I know on my level with the type of stuff that I do, I'm on social media a lot. And of course, when you hear metaverse, the first thing that comes to my mind is Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg and the metaverse and all that type of stuff. Never put it together with like esports and different things like that. Now, when it comes to the esports stuff, my son-in-law, one of my sons, they do all the esports stuff like on I'm assuming that's sort of the same thing with the football, what is it? The stuff that they play all the time with the pro football.
Madden and the 2K, Yep. That's a form of esports, but it's more club play on that level because usually there's no prizes involved. Whereas that when you get into esports, you got prizes, you got sponsors, you got players that make $1 million over like 11 million a year. The most terrible esports sponsored player make 800,000 a year, and I'm talking the worst player that never wins anything. And so there's a huge market right now for esports. If you look at it's huge. HBU's got teams. You got companies that Eric Fox, the basketball player of the Lakers, he quit basketball years ago, and he has his own esports team in California. And his esports team trained just like the Lakers. They get their own masseuse that massage their hands. They have their own training facilities with lockers. It looks like a LA Laker training facility, but it's for esports. And you look at the whole team, and they're all white. So, but at the same time, melanated people spend over $1 trillion a year on video games, but we're not represented. So STEM City Chicago Esports is changing that. And so we have our partnership with NASCAR, soon F1, and other sports industries. And we actually relating that to our esports, because Black people, melanin people, are the biggest purchaser of football jerseys, sports familia, and now the motorsports industry, like Indy 500, F1, NASCAR, they want a piece of that money demographic that melanated people bring to the sports industry. So this is a great opportunity for career path. I've been diligently trying to get these schools to give me some high school girls who would be interested in being F1 drivers and working in the industry. And these are the type of things that's happening in the Black community that we're not exposed to. And my mission is to expose us to these that we would not generally have access to.
Well, I tell you, you have given a lot of expertise in this arena, because, again, I've heard these buzzwords before, did not know that it went that in depth. And one of the biggest takeaways that I did get from a lot of it is we are big consumers, but not creators.
Yes.
In that field, because I definitely didn't know about the basketball player. The basketball player you said that has the esports team.
Eric Fox. Right.
Yep. And that name sounds familiar, because it's like I said, I have
both. He was married to Denise Williams.
Okay. So I don't know a lot about sports, but I have 3 sons and a son-in-law, 1 daughter. So those boys, they're into the sports. And then now I have a 16, 15, 16 to be 16-year-old grandson who's in the football arena. And he's another gamer. He sits up on the video games all day when he's not doing his school and sports. So I'm saying all this to say, I definitely believe that there is a place out there for our melanated people, not just the boys. But when I see my grandsons playing these video games all day for free, they're on here, like you said, Granny, will you cash out me some money to get Madden? Will you cash out me some money to get this and that? And I even told them, I said, hey, why don't you study programming these games or something, or do something to make money? But now you are introducing the younger generation to something out there that you said that we don't even have a place in that space yet. Or very few, and it does need more exposure. Definitely.
Exactly. And like the thing about it is that the fact that we spend so much money, we have so much consumer power in implementing esports in our community, and I see it every day. That's why the HBCUs, are trying to implement that. That's why Jeff Bezos' ex-wife gave the HBCUs a $1.7 billion endowment to bring, because and a lot of melanated people don't know this, every single white college, PIW, from Ivy League to Big Ten, have esports teams, and they give scholarships for students to play video games in college. They give out Notre Dame, Kentucky, MIT. They give out scholarships to. Can you imagine going to college on a scholarship to play video games?
Exactly.
But our Black students who got good grades, who want to go to these schools, who are great esports gamers, they don't have access to those opportunities. So with STEM City, my purpose is to make sure that melanated students and professionals who want to go into video gaming, because you got grown folks like me who make tens of millions of dollars to play video games. So I'm like, I want to be a video gaming esports game owner that pays Black melanated gamers $10 million. So if I'm paying them $10 million, I got to be making $100 million.
Yeah.
And that's the space that I'm going to be in. Not I want to be in, I'm going to be in, and I've started that process as now. So what I'm doing right now is recruiting Black girls who want to be F1 racers. I already got a championship racing team made up of high school girls. I could do it again, and I am going to do it again this way, but this time it's going to be bigger, grand on a national level, and we create our own love. This is what I equate to the Black Baseball League. Back in the day, we need our own Black esports league where we recognize great melanated players. We bring in those same corporations that want that Black dollar, and we have them sponsor and we have them produce and create scholarships for our kids to be World League esports players.
Wow, that is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, we definitely need that out there. But we really want to thank you for coming out and sharing that expertise with us. I mean, this I've never heard of. Never put it all together like that. But we thank you for coming out and sharing that expertise. So right now we want you, before our time runs out, please let everyone know how to contact you, how to look up the information that you've given us, and what platforms, social media and all of that, especially for the younger people that are on social media, how to get in touch with you.
Yeah, the easiest way, man, because for the past 5 years I've been position myself as a metaverse influencer. Man, you could Google Bernard Key, it's going to come up metaverse. Everything metaverse is going to come up. LinkedIn, you could just Bernard Key. I would be the first thing to pop up. Or you do a search for metaverse, Black men in the metaverse.
And you coming up.
And I'm coming up.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Again, thank you so much for your time, your expertise. And before he take us down, is there anything, the other little tidbit of information you want to give to us real quick?
Man, yes, we have. Look for me at NASCAR Street Race, Chicago Street Race. We are going. We actually doing some huge STEM City esports activation with them on the 3rd at DuSable Museum. So if you're in Chicago, please come out to DuSable NASCAR Chicago Street Race, and we will be doing everything metaverse and esports.
Okay. Never been to Chicago yet, but if I come, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, please do.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Well, everyone, we want to let you remind you all that genius is coming, and I'll see you all on the other side.